Hello everybody and welcome to the channel. Hope you all had a good weekend. Yeah, a nice relaxing weekend. Didn't get up too much, but yeah, that's what a good weekend is when you don't get up too much. Anyway, so we are going to continue our Kerbal game at the moment. And let's put that music on for Kerbal. There we go. Alright, and we are going to go back into here. Alright, so we are going to continue our Kerbal game as we left off on Friday. Now on Friday, we got to Duna. We got our supplies to Duna. We were attempting to land on Duna, but we ran into a little bit of a problem. Explosions. We could not get ourselves to land without exploding. It was not a fun thing to do. Well, it was fun to watch. It was not a fun thing to do. So what I've decided to do is to do the landing, but I'm going to do it as a touch and go landing. In other words, we are going to... Have we actually got the parts? So we are going to land over here, but we're just going to drop off the bottom part and immediately get straight back into orbit. And then we're going to try return home. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Alright, so let's kick off with starting this landing. We've got French Tickler and Talang Kerman are busy going for this. So what they are going to do is they are going to head towards... Now I am not sure if we actually need to... Interesting. Let's unlock this. That should some of control. So we want to just move away from our craft, because we kept rushing into that. Okay, so we're going to move away from the craft. We are going to go. We're missing it. Good, we are missing it. Right, and we are... Oh! Yeah, we want to push ourselves a little bit the other way. Alright, so... Oh. Yes, that needs to not go well. Alright, so what we are doing is we are just going to push ourselves a little bit kind of more onto that point. Alright, so we are pretty much landing in that area. There we go. We are pretty much going to land in that area. Alright, so now that we've kind of finished that, we can get rid of this part. We can just couple. Right. We there we go. And that's kind of where we are. We can actually open this up. Oh wow. So what if we... What if we, using our RCS, we push this further? Okay, because what's happened now is because we got the because we got the heat shield open, it changed where we were going to land. You know, aerodynamics and stuff like that, according to the trajectories mod. So what I'm just doing is I'm just using some RCS, and I am just pushing us more onto that particular target area that we want to head to. And again, these are things that we actually found out on Friday. Right, so we've got our big heat shield there. And now we are going in for the landing. So, and we tried many different ways, and unfortunately none of them worked. So we are just doing a touch and go. So we're probably going to be hitting the atmosphere like right now. But lots of things coming in at the moment. Okay. How's my frames? What actually did drop the frame? I dropped 8 frames. Bizarre. I know. But what can you do? Right, so let's turn this around. Have the sky pointing towards the sky area. Okay, so we are about to hit atmosphere. Oh, yeah, in fact, we have hit atmosphere. And we are falling. Now, remember what I said. We can't actually we actually can't land this craft really, unfortunately. It's just one of those things that is going to be kind of hard to do, because we are, according to all the things, we are going to be hitting at about 12 meters per second, which is just too much. If we can get it below 10, we better. But we tried quite a number of things, and none of them seem to work. So what we are doing is we're going to land this. Just before we hit the ground, we are going to launch the kind of return craft. So that is saved, and it might save the bottom base as well. How? Well, all of a sudden the bottom base is going to be lighter. And there are no parachutes attached to the top one. So there's that as well. So it might actually work. Might establish a little base over there, which these guys can still work in. But so technically multiple things there. What is that? Is that the let's change the surface. So the surface is really what we add. So have we got all these? This at minimum pressure of 1. Minimum pressure. And minimum pressure. So hopefully this will deploy when they are safe to do so. At the moment they're not safe. You can see it's all red. We've got these big guys. which obviously aren't safe to do so either. Alright, so we are heading towards landing. Hey, Squirrel! You're just in time. We're just about landing on Duna, but it's from Friday. This craft does not land well. So we are kind of going to be doing a half-ass landing. We're just doing a time warp to get ourselves down. Yeah, so you are going to see sort of the half-ass landing version. Ooh, okay, so I can actually release the drogue chutes. So they're the drogues. They should open at 5 kilometers. We are currently 12 kilometers up, or according to the terrain, 10. 1.2 is in pre-release at the moment. You can go and install it as a beta, with Steam and stuff like that. I'm not sure how Goggin that is handling it, but you can install it as a beta. But I am still running 1.13 because of all my mods. I am waiting for the actual release of it before I start playing that. I know a lot of people are playing it online. Already, they are playing it. I'm just kind of waiting. Right, so there are drogues. Right, now let's release our main versions. Right, so we've got all the parachutes released. Now, unfortunately, we do not drop below 12 meters per second. And this is our problem. Yeah. I'm the same. I've got a lot of mods on this. If you type in !KSP, you can see all my mods I've got. Get rid of that. What do you call it? Heat shield. Yeah, I'm on a lot of mods with KSP, and I just don't want to play the game without them. Oh, you're just behind what I did. You should see me drop that right now. Yeah, I mean, we've tried different things. We've tried dropping a lot of all our fuel. I mean, this is pretty much empty. The only thing with fuel in at the moment would be this one. And whatever we did, we could not get it below 12 meters per second. We even tried firing off the engines, and that didn't work. But so what I'm going to do, this is at 2 kilometers. That was, we are waiting till we get to like really close to the ground. I just don't have enough parachutes on this thing. Okay, I mean, we're just getting sort of as close to the ground as we can. And then I am going to do something really interesting. Let's turn this like this. Yeah, that's the problem. There are no engines on the outside. So that would work. That would absolutely work, but there are no engines on the outside. So it's unfortunately that's not going to work. But I've got another idea, which this sort of worked, and this is why I call it a touch and go. Okay, see, I've got my engines on max. Right, so okay, we are currently 300. 100. Yep, about now. So that looked like it landed properly. Unfortunately, our Kerbals didn't land. Yeah, that didn't actually work properly. No, we tried a different thing. There's always one particular thing that gets destroyed, and it always tips, which is a bit of a problem. We want to go that way. There you go, at 100. So we do this way. Okay, so then you got a maneuver at the upper axis, circularize. That's 215. We're getting this back into orbit. We're getting this guy back into orbit. So in other words, we didn't kill any Kerbals. Yeah. Not precise node. It's actually, yeah. That is, what they did, they took precise node and they advanced it. They took the code from precise node and then they started changing it in that. It's called precise maneuver. So good. I highly recommend it. You've actually got all your... See, Ali, you got things where you can click directly on the upper axis and stuff like that. You can actually change everything like this, so you don't have to fiddle around down here. Got nice little things like circularized orbit, to just do that. Because once you know how to do it, you don't need to do it every single time. So you see it's coming up once. Okay, so once this is done, then we can go have a look at our... Yeah, and this way it's actually got it. And right, so look at this. I can actually move this node around just like that. Drag it around. You can set the precision. I can kind of update that with a lot more precision and stuff like that. So wait, go to upper axis, circularize. Clear these. Circularize. There you go. Kind of, if you want to tilt your thing without, changing the height, you can do it over there. There it's tilting, but it's keeping the upper axis and the periapsis the same. Circularize, make sure it's there. So yeah, I'm happy with this thing. Oh, yeah, no, well. What's it called? transfer window planner can do that. So for example, say you're going from Kerbin to Jewel and you want to put yourself in a 100-kilometer orbit from Jewel. And there it is. And it tells you kind of what your kind of ejection angle is, what your things like how much normal delta V you need to burn, how much prograde you need to burn, and you just put that into your precise node and it works, at that particular time. So that's one way of doing it. But yeah, I mean, MechJeb is nice, but I think people tend to rely on it too much. Yeah, so I mean, there are some good mods out there that will do a lot of the stuff, but it's kind of not automatic. Like at the moment, I've got things like yeah, I mean, like, look, the one thing I loved with MechJeb, the one thing I absolutely loved with MechJeb was, okay, you set up your maneuvers and everything else, what you want to do, and then you say to it, burn at this point, do the burn, and it will, keep your thing in line. It will burn, it will stop when, it's reached the delta V's reached and stuff like that. You don't need to constantly be monitoring it. That's the one part of MechJeb I liked. So kind of like an auto burn type of thing. That's the one thing I like with MechJeb. Things like rendezvous with craft, docking, I found it easier to do that without MechJeb. Meeting up with planet bodies, again, with the transfer window planner and that, easier to do without MechJeb. Takeoffs, again, it's easier to do without MechJeb, but MechJeb takes some of the work out of it. So, once you've done it a million times, it's like, let it do the work for you. Well, we're going to be doing docking over here. Why am I waiting? I've just done this. Alright, so we're on the maneuver. We've got a burn for 217. Hey, thanks for the follow, Squirrel. Right, so 4.6, so let's say 5 seconds. Ta-da! We're in orbit. Alright, so we are the interstellar craft. That is our target. Alright, so it's going to go and it's going to meet up with that. But let's switch to the landing probe. Because what I did with this was I realized when I was testing it, look at that. Perfect landing. Okay, so you can do this like extend. And oh yeah. Yeah, look here, I'm with me, everybody does it their own way. And you're welcome to do it your own way. Of course, not doing it my way means you're wrong. You're doing it the wrong way. No, but I mean, it's like what I like to help people do is kind of help them understand how to do something, not tell them how to do it. Oh, activate. Oh, these radiators were activated. So we can start. Okay, so let's have a look. We do have. We have. Pretty sure we got a. Ah, there it is. 1.8 ore. Okay, so these guys can start the harvesters. Oh, so they're grabbing some ore. We've got some things for them to ore into. We can actually start the nuclear reactor. Why not? Alright, so this we've got an empty fuel tank over here, and so essentially what can happen is any craft can land near this, and this has already collected a bunch of ore for them. That's really what this craft is. Now, ideally what I would have had is I've got kind of... Yeah, I had all the ladders. You know, for our Kerbals to kind of get in and out here. But like I said, we couldn't land this without destroying it with the other part. But you see, that was my little craft, my little landing craft. I mean, it wasn't bad. I think, isn't it the one called Dark Multiplayer or something like that? Dark Mode or something like that. Okay, so I mean, the thing is that I just needed more parachutes or some way to kind of slow down the landing. Yeah, I mean, multiplayer in this game, I believe they are looking at it. Yeah, they are. It's something that they are looking at. But, you know, there's no kind of when that's actually going to happen. Right, so we've got that kind of our landing base sort of there. These guys are on the way back, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to unlock this. They actually lock these so that it wouldn't, the main craft wouldn't steal all its RCS. And I am going to extend the solar panels. So this has got some battery. Right, so let's look at doing a rendezvous. We want to rendezvous with this craft. However, we got to do something with the interstellar craft beforehand. Right, so this was... Hey VTech 1999 Pigma, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. Alright, so what actually happened with this interstellar craft is the guys ran out of supplies. So we actually needed to send a supply craft, which is this one, to attach to it and, you know, refill the supplies. Lots of supplies here, lots of supplies there, and some fertilizer and water.
They are out there watching.
Oh, thanks for the host, Squirrel. And even some fuel pumps. Now, what we need to do is we need to bring this all the way back. We're going to bring this craft and we're going to attach it to the top over here, and then the returning craft will attach to that. Because when we do the big burn with this small little node over here, it's not kind of going to be the best node to work on. So this is where we're going to be doing some docking shenanigans. You can see over here, these guys have got like 3 years of supplies left, so they're pretty much happy. Right, so what we are going to do, let's F5 it first of all, and we are going to undock. So we are going to put on RCS. We are going to just push away from it a bit. Now the other thing we're going to do we are also going to set this as our target, because that's where we want to dock to. So we're going to bring this out. We bring this across. But what we're now going to do is we are going to decouple this. What the? Did I kill something? We are going to control from here. I'm not sure what I killed. But now, in order to dock, this is the thing. I've got this little thing called a docking alignment indicator. You can do it again. It's quite interesting because I'm not sure what actually happened. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll do it again for you. I can have a look what's happening. Alright, so here we go. We got our supply thing. We want to dock. We want to move this to the front of the craft over here. So, take away this button thing in the meantime. So what we're going to do is we're going to undock over here. And turn on RCS, turn on that. We are going to kind of move ourselves away. Right, now what I'm going to do as well is I am going to set this as our target. Okay, now let's turn. No, let's turn. I want to turn that way. Okay, so let's get rid of this thing. Decouple. Yeah, last time I went into the craft and I don't know what. Okay, then we're going to set this control from here. Now, what this is as this kind of thing indicates how we aligned with this port to that port. Now it's red, meaning that we are kind of in front of it. Right, and bring that up like that. So what we are doing is we are reversing away from it. Now the other thing we're going to get rid of is we don't need this engine anymore, because that's going to just be in the way. So now we literally just got a kind of a pod for what do you call it? Should have actually transferred that fuel. Not important. And so we're getting kind of, now what's happening is we are still in front of it. As soon as we move behind it, that whole thing should turn green. Go. And now we are going to position this so that it's in line. Now this is the great thing with this with this guy. Let me move it above. Is that it's kind of makes it really easy to control. You know, and to see what's happening. I mean, I literally do not watch what's happening on the screen. And I can just H. We're going back to it. As you can see, those green lines are coming down towards the center. Now, I went and balanced this craft really well, so it's really easy to control with RCS. Okay, almost there. You see, we're sort of like 4 meters, and we're just getting this down. The 30-second I was getting. Oh wow, were people trying to help you or say stuff to you and things like that, and it's okay. Press on caps lock, and that gives us kind of minor control. Yeah. I mean, I played this a long time before I did Twitch. And there we go. So we've moved this from there to there. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's it's just one of those things. You know, what can you do? You can't really do much about it. Okay, so we go back to the interstellar lander. Alright, and now we are trying to catch up with this craft. Now the key with doing the rendezvous is to catch up to something, go in a lower orbit. To slow down to something, go in a higher orbit. Yeah, you know, there was Beam, there was Hitbox. I'm currently streaming on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time using Restream, and it's I think the delay to Restream is about 5 seconds, and then add another 5 or 10 seconds to the other guys. Yeah, it's anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds, so it's not too bad. I will not touch Beam simply because Microsoft bought them, and they're going to screw it up. They completely screwed up Skype. Anything Microsoft puts their hands on, they screw up. So yeah, I'm not even contemplating going there. At the moment, I've found that Twitch and YouTube seem to be kind of the platforms that work for me. I mean, we know Beam will probably get a lot of people because they'll make it kind of the default thing in Windows. They will use their kind of OS monopoly to get people onto Beam. Yeah, but Amazon is not the same company as Microsoft. Microsoft can't help itself. Look what they did to Nokia. Remember they said, "Oh no, Nokia phones, we were going to let the phone division run, and we were just going to provide the OS." Yeah, right. Nokia phones are no longer a thing. Skype, same thing. All of a sudden, it used to be a peer-to-peer thing, and now everything goes via Microsoft servers. Yeah, companies do that. They do when something. Google does it as well. They get a company, often they'll ruin it, but Microsoft has ruined everything it's touched so far. Others have not. You know, basically, I've got very little trust in Microsoft anything. But then again, I am an open source Linux person, so I've seen the damage that they've done. And then again, I mean, I was around when Windows 1.0 was released, and Windows 3, the first graphical one. OS2. You know, so I was around using computers at that time, and the shenanigans that they got up to was, quite frankly, it's still to me unforgivable. What they did to a lot of small companies. I mean, we'll be far ahead in the computer game if not for Microsoft. And that's just my opinion, but it's shared by a lot of other people in technology. But this is not about Microsoft. This is about Kerbals. Yeah. I never actually had a Commodore 64. Sinclair Spectrum. That was my kind of first PC. Although the the Osborne computers and all those, when you got your PC with 2 floppy drives, and that was kind of like a big thing to have 2 floppy drives in your computer, and hard drives that used to be as big as, pretty much as big as a mini RTX box. As a mini RTX PC, that used to be the size of a 20 megabyte hard drive. Those days. Right, so we're 23 kilometers away. So what I'm going to do is, if I kind of burn prograde, it's going to increase my orbit. And it should, I mean, you can look what's happening there. Separation. Or okay. So this is going to bring them really, really close together. Oh yeah. The I think they were like 10. Were they like 10-inch discs? Those big, huge ones like that, with the drives that were, and they stored, I think, 128 kilobytes. Yeah, I remember those. And then they went down to the 5.25-inch ones, and then the 3.5-inch ones. Now in South Africa, the 5.25 were like, they're like a piece of paper. They're floppy, so we called them floppy disks. The 3.5-inch ones, were like that hard plastic that you couldn't bend them. Those we called stiffy disks. So you had floppy disks and stiffy disks. But you tell people today, oh yeah, I used to have a stiffy drive. What the hell is that? I think it was only a South African thing. And then my dad was an accountant, so he like asked these people in kind of these backward places. He said, no, send me the data, send me your accounts on a floppy disk. And this is a real story. I'm not making this shit up. What the person did was they took the floppy disk and they fed it through a fax machine, and they faxed him a copy of the floppy disk. Now, you young kids today, you don't even know what a fax machine is anymore. But yeah, they faxed him a copy, and those were the days where the fax machines were kind of like the roller, where you put it in and it rolls around, to get it. You didn't have the flatbed faxes. You actually had to feed it through. They sent him a copy of the floppy disk. And and the fax machines were on thermal paper. So like after like a month or two, they kind of went blank. And you tell the young kids today, and they just don't believe you. Squirrel. So yeah, we probably around the same sort of age. You know, and it's like, and I remember overclocking. I overclocked my 386SX 25 megahertz. Right, so yeah, this is about close enough. 3.5 kilometers. Yeah, so I'm about, what am I? What year is it? 216. Yes, I'm about 44. I keep forgetting my age. All the time. So yeah, same sort of thing. Yeah. So we really grew up in the age before computers, and we've seen the whole thing grow. All right, so basically, I am now this is on target. I am doing a 2.6 meters per second towards the target. So what I'm going to do is, this is my prograde vector. That is the target. What I want to do now is I want to bring that prograde vector onto the target. So that means I am moving directly towards the target. And it's moving at 6. I can probably do that more. We're moving at, you know what, I can actually just use my RCS. Correct that. We are moving at 8 kilometers towards the target. And you can see the stuff is reducing. And you can see kind of my orbit has changed. The orbit is now very close to it. So they are getting closer, and as you get closer, your vector does change, so it's kind of constant. Get that right. And now we can just kind of speed up time a little bit. Right now, 2250 is when it loads the other craft into memory. And we're getting closer. We're now 1 kilometer away. Okay, so alright, so there we go. We go there now. It's quite a far distance. So what I want to do is I want to slow myself down completely, so that the kind of time to the speed to the target is, we want to get that down to 0. Okay, so now we are kind of not anywhere near the target at all. Oh, I never used the vessel view until I get within a certain thing. So now what I want to do is just edge towards that just slightly, maybe at about, okay, that's a bit too much. But what I'm doing is, you see, I'm staying on the prograde vector now. Sorry, the retrograde. Now the retrograde, you push. So for example, say I add a little bit of speed. See, it's pushing it towards the target. The prograde vector, you pull towards the target. So we're getting kind of, I want to get to about maybe 150 meters. That's a good time to kind of cancel. But you see, like now it's a bit there. So what we're going to do is maybe just push that onto target. Okay, so and now we want to cancel out us. Okay, so we've got 150. So now we can go, now I'm going to vessel view. And what I'm going to do is set as control from here just to make sure. And there, it's got that point already set. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to obviously face the target. There it is. We bring that right over so that they are aligned. persistent rotation. No. No, that's the one mod. That is the what do you call it? Rover Dude's MKS modules, MKS and OKS modules. Right, so we are now got our 2 ports aligned. And we are going away from the target. So let's start moving towards the target. And we want to obviously bring this up there. Bring this kind of in line. I can see how well balanced this is. As I kind of do from left to right and stuff like that, this thing stays, you know, as there's no wobbling and stuff like that. And that's what I use the RCS balancer when I design the craft. I look at what parts are going to move, and I use the RCS balancer to kind of get it to make it easy. Oh, it keeps the vessels in. No, I don't use anything like that. I know there is a Electro Ninja. I know there is something that allows the vessels to rotation things to continue. But yeah, that sounds interesting. But again, you don't really need it, because once you've got SAS, you know, you pretty much lock it in there, and as soon as you go time warp, it removes all sort of rotation and stuff like that. Now, what I thought you were doing is persistent rotation would be one that, as you time warp, it doesn't stop that rotation. I mean, there are things like that. Right, so we kind of putting this across. We want the green lines aligned with the central one, and let's actually just move with the target quicker. High speed docking. Now you can do this without RCS, and I have done it a few times. You know, when my RCS has run out and stuff like that. Or I've forgotten to put the RCS fuel. But it's seriously painful. Lots of time warps, lots of vessel changing, you know, swapping vessels, getting rotations right. It's a real pain. I mean, you can do it. But the choice of whether to do it or not, yeah, definitely go on the not side if you can help it. Now, the other thing to be aware of is something like MechJib, which does the docking for you, uses a shitload of RCS to do it, which is kind of, let's just slow this down. You know, which is kind of a problem. At the moment I am playing Sandbox. I am not doing the career. I mean, career is... Okay, put caps lock. Now, caps lock kind of gives you that fine movement. So you can see my little yellow thing is... So again, I am not even looking at what's happening in the craft. I'm just totally focused on the little docking port alignment indicator. I don't even look at the ships. The ships is really visual image for you. So I could actually do this quite happily in this mode as long as the docking port alignment indicator was there. Alright, and there we go. We've got our ships docked. These guys went to Duna. They kind of we're going to move them into the habitation ring. They didn't actually land on Duna.
They are out there watching.
Hey, TJP War 2, thank you for the host. Alright, so we've got our guys over there. Yeah. Now a lot of people do dock just using the nav ball. I suppose I could do that. But you know what? A mod like that is so simple and it just helps tremendously. Right, so we've moved all our crew from the landing thing into there. What we're going to do as well is, no, not that one. Yeah, that one. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to add all the liquid fuel back into the main thing because we don't actually need this anymore. Let's, you know what we could even do? Do it this way as well. Monopropellant. Okay. Where would it be? That one, that one, that one, and that one. Alright, no. And we can transfer all those into the main one. Okay, done. So we pretty much sucked all the resources we could out of these guys. And what we can actually then do is we don't actually need to bring this thing back. You know what? Oh, this has got no kind of... Got no way to get rid of this. Alright. Yeah, it's I mean, that's the thing about mods. It makes life easier. Right, so we don't need this lander can anymore. What we're going to actually do now is we are going to undock. Got no fuel. Hopefully it's going to float away. No, I didn't bring any spare parts, but I have got Kaz. I didn't bring any spare parts, unfortunately. Right, so anyway, we got rid of that. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to plot our way home. Okay, so we are over here. We want to get home to Kerbin over there. Alright, now this is... We can actually use this guy. So we are currently on Duna. What is our orbit wise? Oh, there I can see 104, 103. So let's use that as 104. We want to go to Kerbin to 100 kilometer orbit. Sure. Plot it. Okay, now it says we can wait around. We can wait. What are we? Year 2, day 345. Yeah, year 3, day 244. So we can wait around for a year, 244 days to leave there. We've got 4,800 Delta V. That's 12,000. And we're looking for a kind of earlier time. Let's cut it short. Let's try 4,100. So at that point, that will leave us with 700 Delta V to spare. That will give us 700 Delta V to spare. Now this is what I was talking about. Remember you mentioned about MacJerb doing the thing. So what I'm doing is I'm deciding when to go. I mean, if I wait there, it's like really cheap to do it. If I go at this date, it's still gonna. It's 100. It's still 3 months. I've got to wait before I can burn home. If I try to burn home now, unless I take a really, really long way, hey Azilis, let's take a really, really long way. Yeah, that's going to take 453 days traveling. But around this is, I mean, it says travel time 272 days. What's over here? 274 days, but I need to wait another 130 days. $275 days, and I only need to wait another 100 days. So what I'm going to do is that's the one I'm going to pick. And I can see it tells me the ejection normal. I had a good weekend, good relaxing weekend. Last night, my wife, we went shopping, you know, at this really nice grocery store, really fresh stuff. And last night she made me this the Thai beef salad. So delicious. My wife is such a good cook. It was just, and my contribution to the meal was kind of like cheese bread. So I made some nice bread with some butter, some different spices on there, some mozzarella cheese. We just absolutely munched that. And then she got these prawns. Seriously, these prawns were like that big. Ooh. I'm not a prawn person. I'm actually allergic to them. Yeah, they do love their seafood, the Thais. Alright, so that's kind of going to be, I think, our best bet. Is to go over there. Yeah, it's going to cost us. See, if I go any earlier, it's not really going to make that much of a difference. So, yeah, but it's spicy. Very, very spicy. Okay. So this is what I'm going to go with. Let's add a KSC alarm. So, Kerbal alarm clock. Now, what the Kerbal alarm clock does is it stores all this information for us there, Duna to Kerbin, in 182 days time. But you see, all that information that we've got over here is stored right here. That's it. Alright, so now the other thing we do want to look at is, let's go from Kerbin to Eve. Let's see when our next window from Kerbin to Eve is. Oh, what's that? I mean, we could go that way. Down here, 3,100. Oh, that's actually fine. That's a very short travel. Wow, 85 days, 86 days to get to Eve. But look at this. Ejection WV 1394. Insertion, in other words, to get ourselves into orbit, is going to cost 1.7. If I do it over here, it's a little bit less to get into orbit. Yeah, so might as well go here. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We go there. It takes about 86 days. All right, so we're going to add that. We're going to add that alarm clock as well. The problem is, it's in a while. It's in 1 year, 81 days. In the meantime, we're going to kill Kerbals. All right, so how long have these guys got? Oh, they should have enough time. They should last. They should last a while. They should be all right. We've got lots of solar arrays. We actually brought more panels, so that should be all right. Our reactor is quite efficient. Now, the one thing I found is there seems to be a bug. The reactor is not using fuel, or it's using fuel incredibly slowly. Oh, that's depleted. I've never actually seen that. That's the first time I've seen that in all the time we've been playing. So there is actually using fuel. And it's just using it so slow that it's kind of not really an issue. Because how the nukes are working. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to go back to the Space Center. Oops. So Azilis, that is called ring sting. And ring sting is a real problem. I've really learned to eat spicy food. So now I can without a problem. Alright, so what we're going to do is... Yeah. And so we've also got that. I mean, we've got some other craft. Actually, let me show you what else I've got. I've got kind of the craft that's orbiting Kerbin. I call it the nuclear vessel because it's the first craft that we decided to put a reactor on. None of our other crafts had reactors. So this was kind of our test bed. In fact, I can actually remove this. And we put all the lights on to try and use more power. Now, you see these little tugs? To move this big structure in, I had to actually use a whole lot of tugs because this thing was so freaking unbalanced. And these radiators were put on using CAS. Anybody see my nuclear whistle? Where'd it go? Alright, so... yeah, 3.7 load. This one has got... look, there's Foible, Gypsy, Illegal Dragons. Unfortunately, that mod is broken at the moment, so I can't recruit people. See, every time I try to recruit people, like do a viewer drawing. I was just going to try and get a viewer now, and I got this bad request because Twitch went and changed the API, and this mod hasn't been updated that. Yeah, it happened as soon as Twitch changed their API. How do I know Twitch changed their API? Because a lot of things like the Restream client and some other stuff didn't stop working for Twitch chat. But unfortunately, it's this one that's kind of not working. So what we've got over here is we were trying to build the station. These are the escape pods. They were refuelers and escape pods. So we can get 9 Kerbals back to Kerbin safely. The 10th Kerbal is going down with the ship. We've got a Pioneer module, an aeroponics module, a kind of habitation ring. It's got a cupola, so they can have a good view. Agricultural module. You see, we need the Kerbals to poop more for more mulch. But we've used up all the fertilizer. We've only got a little bit of fertilizer left. This is our kind of our storage. Right, so we've only got a little bit of so we might need to have to do another mission to bring out some more fertilizer. Wow, Brother Box, wow. Alright, what else did we bring up? We brought up a workshop. So we are testing up to try and build up the station as much as they can. And we look at this. These guys got 388 days. We've got 388 days of left. I've turned off this habitation thing. That was, we found out, you've got to allow the Kerbal's room to move. I am not running Realism mod. I am just running the standard Kerbal thing. Let's actually bring this into the light. I'm just running the standard thing, but I am running Scatterer and Eve. And look how much extra fuel I've brought up with this craft. So much extra fuel. I was just like, this engine can last forever. It's pretty much, it's whether the supplies can last. And in order for the supplies to last, we're definitely going to have to bring up more fertilizer so they can grow more supplies. And mulch. They're using the mulch to grow supplies. Machinery plenty, so we've got lots of repairs in it. So these guys are kind of in a good place. Now the other craft I've got is around the moon. So we've got our moon station, which we call the Moonbeam. How many additional rocket missions? I'm just adding in missions all the time. I'm trying to keep these guys alive. A good place is... There's no such thing as a good place. Now this was supposed to be our refinery base, where you've got kind of empty fuel tanks, and the craft would come in from the moon carrying ore. They will dock to over here. You've got your convertitrons all ready to run. You've also got your nuclear station over here. Yeah, all ready to yep, look at the Azilis. And Weirder Chip and Hard Mess are having a great time. They are loving it on the station. And we tried something else here. So you see, they've got lots of supplies. Oh, they're going to need more fertilizer as well. How are they supply? What does it say? 1 year, 141 days. Their supplies will last. So we might need to do another mission to. Do you revert your launchers when you kill it? Look on the right hand side, bottom right hand side of my screen. The Kerbal death count is on 13. So I can revert launches, but what I try to do, if a launch goes horribly wrong, I try actually land the craft safely to save the Kerbals. If I don't, then the Kerbals die. So far I've only lost 13 Kerbals. It's not bad. Oh, this has got substrate and so this has got substrate and we got water in here. Oh, we've used up all the water. Yeah, so you know, it's kind of like, it's not hard mode, but it's kind of my own special mode. Alright, so we've got this over here. Not if you're a Kerbal. Oibel, you were in a couple of craft that went wrong, and I saved you every single time. I managed to safely land those disasters, so stop complaining. Alright, so we got this. So this is kind of our moonbeam station. Then we've got another station that's the moon supply base. We've actually got a moon station. This went so horribly wrong. Yeah, you see, this is the problem with this base. It keeps disconnecting and stuff like that. Like, look at that. Now that's disconnected from there. So the stuff is not actually going through. So you see, if I go to the next one, that's not connected. That's not connected. There. Now this one is connected. So again, this is kind of the problem that I've got with the moon base. So I've pretty much just left this one. But I built this. This was working. These guys drilling. They were filling up the various. Getting. We have the mining platform sort of working well, drilling all the types of resources that it could. We have things growing. I mean, this was a functional base. This thing was lasting for years until the disconnects. And once the disconnects happened, so every time I go to this base, I need to do EVAs with Kaz and Kiss, connect everything again and stuff like that. And at the moment, I just can't be bothered. It's just too much work. Of course, it doesn't help that I built it on a severe slope. So yeah, that doesn't help. But yeah, everything was brought up here. Everything was done, even including the supply craft, which kind of had issues. It had issues landing on the slope. It wouldn't stay upright. But yeah, so this was working, and we've got a few Kerbals over here that are pretty happy living on the moon. Look at this one. Lister Kerman is extremely happy. Apparently all of them are happy. Apparently they are growing what is known in the Kerbal system as moonweed, because these guys are delirious the whole time. So yeah, see, it says 17 days. Yeah, well, what I'm going to do, what I'm doing now, first of all, is I am going to my next launches. I've got the Duna coming back, and then Eve thing. So I'm going to work on our Eve lander and trying to come back from Eve as well. But I've also got to plan out sort of the supply thing to Eve. So what we were doing is we were going back to just before I got sidetracked. Getting sidetracked in KSP is definitely something that happens a lot. Alright, so what we first doing is we're going to go here. We are going to just speed warp everything up until the time of the return from Duna. So now what's going to happen? Are there 400 and something days in the Kerbal system? Oh, look at that. I never noticed that before. The asteroids actually come right into the system. And by Kerbal Gold. No, oh, Kerbal Gold. No, 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 no. I am definitely not. There are far better. There are people that know this game far better than me. I just enjoy playing it. All right, so there we go. Duna to Kerbin transfer point. All right, so day 106. Nice foible. I can always trust foible to be an ass. Just can't stand it when I get a compliment, can you? No, but they are, you know, Dust Valdez, EJ, SA, what's the other, Scott Manley, those guys, you know, they know this thing like backwards. I am just somebody who's... Right, so what I'm doing is I'm waiting for day 3, 4... It says leave day 106. It's day 103, so I'm kind of just trying to get this closer. I'm already in orbit. Okay, just waiting for this. 105. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, like that. Okay. Whoa. I am their god. The Kerbals know there is a hand controlling them, every action. And that hand is me. Alright, so we are going to that, not the lander. We want the interstellar. Actually, would that be the lander? Did it change names? You know how to make giant nukes. Okay, that supply mission was important. It had to go fast. That's why it was so freaking big. Oops, wrong one. Interstellar. There we go. This craft. Okay, so yeah, we got our big craft. How's the 25 days left? 170 days. Okay. No, it should be alright. They should have lots more than 170 days. Okay. So, Duna to Kerbin. Now, what this is let's take that. We are currently on day 105, and these records are on day 106. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over here. We are going to show the ejection angle. So this is, just a second, I'll be right back. My wife is home. 1 sec.
Welcome to the Alien Army.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna start the burn to get back. Now with the transfer planner we set a return trip, with the day and stuff like that. Currently the day is 1:05 and 2:19 time. The day this is set to leave is 1:06 at 2 a.m. So pretty much in 24 hours. Although how many hours is in a Kerbin day? I think it's 8. Okay, so anyway, but we'll see. All right, so what we do in order to get this working is we need to create a node, number 1, add the maneuver node. Let me actually just turn this off. Right, now, so we've created the maneuver node. Now we look at this. Again, this is set in the transfer planner. And it says that in order to do this, we need to use a total of 1423 delta V. Prograde, we need to burn 1423.1. Now, of course, we could just do that. Let's have a look. Who, me? No, I don't play EVE Online at all. Actually, I tried to play EVE Online once, and I didn't make it past. The tutorial. I got too bored. The tutorial said, I can't be asked to play this game. Too much like hard work. I do play Star Citizen. Too much. Yeah, but this is kind of it's to work out the stuff. I mean, you could do everything yourself, but yeah, this is it's a good way to do it. So 14. Just do it like around 1423.1. Normal delta V is minus 1.9. Okay, so there we go. Minus 1.9. And there you go. You see that? 1423. That's what it says. It should be. This is true, Fabio. This is true. It's actually not. It's actually not. It's it's getting the stuff working is actually it is actually sort of a good fun. Now, what we've got over here, okay, is it says we need to sort of add 50.1 from retrograde. It's saying we need to 51.10 from retrograde. So at the moment we're 51. So if we kind of move just that slightly, that is kind of the angle. Let's just bring that up. We want to 51.1. 51.10. Okay, there you go. So this is exactly the coordinates that they've given us. However, the time is 1:05, so we're actually a day early. Now, if you look at a day early, whoops, what this is doing is it's actually not meeting up with Kerbin. It's not getting that intercept that we want. So we need to adjust this now. Now, according to this, it's day 106. We're on day 105. So we need to move this kind of forward a day. As you can see, I'm just putting it around day 106. And at 150. Alright, well, that's 208. Okay, so that's a little bit after the time. That's alright. That should be alright. We want to get this. Alright, so at that ejection angle. Now you see that's the problem. It's hitting that. Can we bring this a little bit more? Okay, 3. Should we just try to match this up according to the things? Osiris. Never heard of Osiris. Let's add trajectories. Nope. Okay, so this kind of doesn't look like this one works. Maybe if we bring it back a bit. Just leave a little bit earlier. Alright, so okay, 50.1. Alright, so we need to 51.1. Bring this up. There you go. And there you go, 51.1. Okay, so let's have a look at what's going on now. Again, it's kind of a little bit early from what it's going on, but let's have a look at that. Right, and it is not kind of mixing, which is kind of a problem. Should actually be Duna to Kerbin. It should actually be mixing. Now, this is where you start doing things like, okay, this should match. What kind of small adjustments do I have to make in order for this to actually reach there? Now, let's have a look. It's kind of. So, what if we bring this up a little bit? Nope, bring it down a bit. Ah, there we go. And you see what happened there? So let's set this down to 0. If we bring this kind of, and we're going down. We just bring this kind of the, and there we go. And there's the encounter. There is the Kerbin encounter. So this gave us our general thing, but of course this is working with exact figures. So you need to make adjustments. So it's 3 extra delta V, and that will give us that encounter with Kerbin. Alright, so we can set an alarm for this time. Maneuver to interstellar, so that's in 4 hours time. Alright, so we can close the alarm details. And node is in 4 hours time. Oops. We can move this towards. Move it towards that node. Well, now this is where you use your time warp to stop the movement. And time warp for a bit and stop. And that kind of stops the rotations and things like that. I'm going to turn that off. And let's we just kind of time warping until we get to that. In fact, we got an alarm set, so that's not an issue. Although, let's actually do it another. I'm not sure if this is going to. Ah, okay, so that's all right. Alright, so this is busy going over there. So you know what I'm going to do is while this is in orbit, we are going to go onto the landing site. We are going to see what this one, how the probe's doing. Alright, so how's this doing? We have got... Oh, they actually completed their ore. Okay, so we can pump that monoprop. We can fill up the liquid fuel and oxygen. Okay, so this is filling up now. The monoprop over here is filling up. Pretty much this has completed its work. Now, how is this nuke doing? 2.4 load. What we are going to do is we are just going to fast forward here because we can actually warp a lot faster on the planet. And look at that. That's kind of, it's stopping because it's time for that interstellar maneuver. So we're going to jump to that ship. Yeah, definitely. CitizenCon should hopefully kind of give us a lot more information on the release of Squadron 42 and stuff like that. But that is something to wait for. I hope not, Squirrel. I hope not. I hope they actually, because they said last year at CitizenCon they actually gave the release date of Squadron 42. Hopefully they're going to give us, you know, kind of a better timeline. I'm thinking next year, first or second quarter. That's what I'm thinking. Equivalent in a time to ascending node. You mean to time? I don't think you do get it. Do you get a time to ascending node? Oh, maybe if you got a yeah, you would probably with a. I don't actually use time to ascending node, to be honest. Yeah, I know what you. Let's see, orbital. Node angle to prograde. Time to periapsis. Let's see. Time to ascending and descending. Yeah, time seems to be working. Seems to be working. So yeah. Again, I'm on 1.13. I am not on 1.2 at the moment. So if you're using the new version, then I'm sure there are some kinks to still work out. Yeah, because it's in pre-release. Right, so what we're doing is we want to start burning at 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Yeah, I'm on 113. That's why I've got all my mods working. Alright, so that's 5 minutes. So we've got a burn time of 9 minutes and 40. Because we've got nuclear engines. So 9 minutes and 40, we can actually burn our rockets for 27 minutes. Alright, so At 5 minutes and 3 seconds, we are going full burn. Now, nuclear rockets are great, as in, you know, they're very efficient. The problem that's really bad with them is they got very low thrust. Alright, so there we go. Now, this is going to burn for 9 minutes. We've got a 9-minute burn. What I'm going to do is I'm going to speed up time. You can see it's doing this whole burn thing. Okay, everybody's happy. They're going home. Aren't they? Yeah. And if we look at our temperature, you can see these rockets are getting hot. Yeah, the rockets are getting hot, however, these guys, these coolers, should be cooling them down. They're starting to go into the cooling mode now. Hey, legit gangster, how you doing? Alright, so thermal wise, everything's great. The hottest temperature is 682 degrees out of 2500. Everything looks good. So we are heading home. We are heading back to Kerbin. We came to Duna. We saw Duna. We failed to land on Duna properly, but we still managed to drop a probe on Duna. Okay, as it is. No, he's legit. He's legit, squirrel. Absolutely legit. And if any of you are sub to Daz, you can put up that legit, that legit thing. Alright, and let's slow this down. Back to normal speed. Alright, and we are busy returning our guy to Duna, and then we're going to start looking at an Eve rocket. Right, so once these guys are on the way back, we're going to start looking at designing an Eve lander. No, stop! Shit! Too much. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. What did I do? Ah, I stuffed it up. Alright, again, not a problem. So what I'm going to do is remove this. I will go till I will add a maneuver over there. And I just need to make a few adjustments to get us within that sort of intersect thing. Right, so let's see. We do over there. Now if we change radio, yep, change it the other way. There we go. Okay, so we are meeting with it there. Now what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to focus on Kerbin. Alright, now what do I want to do with this is I want to bring this all the way down. You still can't leave Kerbin. What's happening? Is it you just can't? Can you get into orbit at least? Or can't you get into orbit? Right. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to bring this down. So that's kind of bring that down. Now, when you are far out, small adjustments make big movements. So there we go. We got that down there. Oh, you left Kerbin. Oh, okay. I am not failing. Okay, this is one of the things that 1.2 fixes up. Is you see how it's disappearing? That's 1.2 problem. That's 1.2 fixes up. It's a very annoying thing where it kind of loses the calculations. See, look at that. I mean, it's... Let's see, okay, so that's 1,000 kilometers. 164. Okay, that's actually good. Go there. And we want to bring this up a bit. Okay, what's that? That's 141. And yeah, and this is where something like precise maneuver or precise node is so helpful. Is you can actually plan all these things out like far out, and 112. That's good. Crap. There you go. Okay, 111. That is good enough. 136 delta V burn way out there, and that's going to give us 111, which is perfect. So, what we are going to do is we are going to add an alarm to that maneuver. It's in 3 days' time. Oh no, it's not. It's in 67 days' time. And we will just watch what happens. Our little craft is... Okay. So it's at the point that we set up the maneuver. So what it's doing is it's getting into that kind of, we set it to go to that maneuver point. Our son. Yes, he's very lovely. He's a lovely son. Right, so we are going to look at it from right here. So our craft is moving into that maneuver orientation. And I'm not worried too much about the time too much, as long as it's around the same sort of area. So the time-wise, I am not too worried about it, because we're going to make small adjustments as needed. Right, so there we go. Right, so let's do that burn. Right now, you should see it's on to kind of let's get that into. It's getting very close to that intersect. That there, and give it a very slow. Oh, there you go. There it is. See what's happening? Got that intersect now. We're just moving that across. Just moving that across there. Now I'm just going at a slow speed to do this. See the moon over there. Don't want that. And see now, if we go and just use this to use a little bit of RCS. Football, there you go. 107. Perfect. Now it's flashing like that because this is one of the problems they identified with the maneuver system quite a while ago, and they finally in 1.2 fixed up these calculations so that it doesn't happen. Because it says, yeah, you make the maneuver, you're not making the maneuver, you're making it, depending on how they're doing the calculations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see, look at this. I want to add a thing for the soy. But after you hit this, there we go. So in 209 days, it's going to hit that soy. But again, it's kind of like annoying. See, as soon as I go into time warp, the calculations are done better. So as soon as I'm in time warp, the calculations are more accurate. But once you leave time warp, the calculations become inaccurate, which doesn't make sense. But that's the way the calculations work. Now what they've done with 1.2, they unify the calculations so that they are accurate in both modes and they're always the same calculations. Oh, you can't. Alright, so legit gang, so what we can do is, now that I've got this thing on the return trip, we are going to go back to Kerbin, the Space Center. Do you want me to show you how to get to orbit? Because I can do that. We can build a little rocket. We can go to orbit. Yeah, we can do a little trip. I believe Azelus had the same sort of issue, and this helped her tremendously. So what we are going to do, yeah, no problem. This is fun. This is kind of, and maybe if anybody else is watching, you can pick up maybe something different to the way you do. It's this is the cool thing. Right, so what I did was I created a little rocket here. Now, if you type in Delta V map, I'll just type it in over here. It's got a nice little map of I'll wait for this to finish loading. Wow, PNG, why are you taking so long? There we go. Okay, so what this map is it kind of gives you, this map. Alright, so in order to get from Kerbin to sort of low orbit, you need at least 3400 delta V. Now, what I typically do is I add up more than 3400. I usually go about 3500. That's what I look at for kind of, just give us a little bit of a safety margin. Right, so we've got that. So what I did was I created this rocket for Aslis. Okay. It's actually got 8700. You know what? Let's create a new one. We'll call it the and let's actually put a Kerbal up there as well, because you know, more chance of him dying. It's always fun. Hey, 1DY91. Alright, so we've got our little Kerbal pod. We are going to give him.
Welcome to the alien army.
Ah, there it pops up. So welcome, Mr. 1DY91. 1DY91 has been in my channel before. But he try not to use mods. Okay, the only mod I'll use is Kerbal Engineer. Because but the other mods are not needed. So what we've got is we've got the standard command pod. Right. Now with our command pod, we definitely want to land. We want to land it, so we are going to need a parachute. And I have a parachute somewhere. Where are my parachutes? There you go. An MK16 parachute. Again, that's all standard. That's all standard. So a parachute, and then also what we want is we need a heat shield under aerodynamics. Now, yep, there we go. So there it is. That is our pod that will go. That will return to. That will return. No need for parachutes. You know, you don't need parachutes. It's the ground rushing up here at the end. That's kind of a bit of a bummer. So I think we'll go with parachutes. Okay, so that's kind of just our standard pod. Right now, what we're going to add to this is a little rocket to control ourselves. Hey, MLG crazy man. What we're going to do is we're going to put a little rocket, a little rocket area to control ourselves while in space. And so we're just going to do a small little one, maybe this guy. And we're going to give it a tiny little motor. Alright, now look at that. That's already 2,300 delta V. That's a lot. We don't actually need that. But yeah, we've got it anyway. Alright, so that part will kind of keep us in orbit and bring us back down. Now, one thing which we're probably going to need is batteries, because if you run out of batteries, our craft we can't control our craft. So if you go into you should find like a little battery pack, and we just stick it over here. Give us a little battery. Not a big deal. But that battery pack will get used up. Does this have an alternator? Does that engine come with an alternator? No, it doesn't. See, if you look at this engine, it comes with an alternator. This one does not. So while we're inside, hey Queen Jackie. No, so while we're in space, we want a way to keep our battery topped up. So let's give him 2 solar panels. And that will keep our little battery topped up and make sure that we've got power. And there it is. That is our ship that will be able to stay in space for a while and come back. It won't run out of batteries. Everything should be good. You can see electric charge 150, but just having those will allow it to to be in space for a while. Alright, and we've got 2,268 delta V, which is great, but it's not enough to get to space or to get into orbit. So we need to actually add another section that will get us up there. So we put another stack there, and maybe give us a nice big fuel tank, and let's put an engine on this. Now you've got the choice of the small engines. You've got the LVT 30, a liquid fuel engine, and it gives you can see max thrust 200 because it's atmosphere level, because this is going to be our main thruster. So it gives us 200. This guy gives us 168. You would say, well, then let's take this one. It's got more thrust. And this is why I say don't use this one. Use the one with the less thrust, because it's got the thing called gimbal. This one does not have a gimbal. Now the gimbal allows you to steer your rocket. So we put this on and it will allow us to steer the rocket. And let's see, 3,800. This will take us to orbit. Now also you'd notice over there it says 201. So this is kind of a very, very fast rocket. So what you can do is you can take this thrust limiter and move it down till it's about 170. Okay, 169, right. But you want to aim for around 170, 1.7 thrust to mass ratio. And so that will it just means it will last longer, but you're not going to speed up too much. Now let's look at our staging, just to make sure everything's right. So your first rocket stage is that. Then it's going to decouple and go to the next rocket stage. Let's combine these so it fires off straight away. Then it's going to decouple and go to the parachute. Now you don't want to, once you decouple that part, you don't want the parachute to fire straight away, so you don't need to. Alright, so that's our rocket. That will take us to orbit quite nicely. Now you can be fancy if you want to, and make sure it doesn't fall over by giving it a nice frame holder. So let's put that over there. So you see, as I fire the rockets, it's going to release the clamps. But that's a rocket. That is our orbital rocket. And we're going to call this the legit rocket. Okay, we're going to save it. Now, who are we going to put in the legit rocket? Yeah, so good. No, that would be wrong. Okay, so we're going to let Jeb fly for you. Now, as you can see, I've used no non-stock parts. Everything here is stock. The only thing that is non-stock on this is we are using the Kerbal engineering system to get we are using the Kerbal engineering system to get these kind of ratios. That's it. Okay, so let's launch this. I did, because it is for you. Okay, we can actually take this alarm thing away. Alright, so, wow. So what you do, you're going to launch the rocket. First thing you do is you press T to turn on the SAS. That will kind of keep it stabilized. Keep your rocket, stabilized. If you turn, it will stop turning when you take your finger off the button. It won't waggle all over the place. That's kind of an important one, to have enough SAS on your rocket. Now this one is tiny, we don't need a lot more. You do get other parts that will give you more, but we don't need it. The next thing you want to do is press Z, get yourself up to max boost. So you got that to max. You've got your SAS on. Alright, and we're ready to go. So look at Jeb. Well, kind of happy. Alright, so we hit space and it fires off. Now what I do is I wait until this gets to, I let this thing go straight up till it gets to about 60 meters per second. And then I turn it over like that. To about there. And now what should happen is you should just follow this prograde marker. And that's kind of, because what it's doing is it's doing a gravity turn. Now you've tilted the rocket and gravity is actually turning it. In fact, if I just click on the prograde thing, I'm not turning it and it should turn by itself. Yeah, it's the rocket is actually turning by itself. I'm not touching anything. It just is just doing it itself. I've just set that prograde thing and I'll let it work. Now normally a good launch, when it gets to about here, it's at about between 10 and 15 kilometers. And again, I'm not controlling it. It's doing everything itself. And it's going up. Ooh. That's done. So you move on to the next stage. Although that stage was kind of early, which was weird. But anyway, it should be enough. And it's going up. Now what you're seeing is you're seeing the surface speed increasing. You are seeing the again, this is kind of this upper axis. Alright, what I'm going to do is see it's red streak, so I am going to just turn that down a bit, because that means it's fighting against the atmosphere, which is kind of waste of energy. I mean, we are still going up. Okay, I've now taken it off there. I want to get myself higher. And you see that speed is increasing. And alright, so that's, and we are just going up. Just keep going up. We're waiting for, now you can also see your height by looking over here and moving on to that and see what's happening. Look at that, we're at 64, 65, 66, 67. For me it's easier to there, and 70. So we are in space. We are heading towards space now. So we wait till we get to, I would say about 100. And we stop the engines at 100. Alright, now when we get to 100, we go onto the upper axis over there, we add a maneuver on the upper axis, and we pull this prograde marker, and look what's happening. Right, and what's that? That's 124, so we want to bring that just a bit down. Oops. And what's that? That is 101, and that is 98. More. 100 and 101, and that's it. So that's kind of given us a nice orbit. And if we look, it says a 12-second burn in 3 minutes. So we move on to, now that we've created the maneuver, this is the maneuver point. We move on there, and at about 6 seconds before, we're going to start the burn. So we can just speed this up a little bit. Alright, now, other thing to notice is notice our battery power is being used. So, because we're in space, we might as well open these guys, and this will recharge our battery. So we've still got control over the craft. Now, I mean, you can build craft in different ways and stuff like that. This was not kind of the best way to build it, but you know, by the numbers, it all worked. All right, so we're keeping on that point, on that maneuver node. And at 6 seconds, we're going to do a full burn. Until we've used up 302. Now what you do is you take that and you divide it by 2 mostly. And there we go. On that kind of maneuver node. And stop. Let's have a look. What have we got? Move this. So IPAPS is 101.98. 101.98. Not bad. And there we go. We are in orbit. We are in orbit. We've just got ourselves into orbit of the planet. And we've got 315 delta V left. What did the craft originally start off with? It started off with 3,800, I think. So 3,800 minus 300. 3,500. 3,800 minus 300 meters per second is 3,500, which is pretty much around that 3,400 which we calculated. The numbers match exactly. And there we go. We are now in orbit. No problem. So this will stay up there forever. Alright, so you see in the dark it's losing power. As soon as it gets to the light side of the planet with the sun, it's gaining power again. Alright, so that's it. It's just orbiting. It will just orbit forever. No problem. Now, yeah, no problem. Now you want to get back. You want to get back to let's try land over here. So what you do in order to land is this little, see this mark over here? This is a retrograde mark. That one is your prograde mark. Your prograde is the forward direction or the forward momentum of your craft. That's where your craft is headed towards. So what we want to do in order to get back to Kerbin is we want to burn against the direction. Yeah, okay, so cool. Just thought I'll just explain for everybody who doesn't quite know. So we want to burn against the direction. And as soon as we start burning this way, look at okay, so look what's happening. You see the periapsis there is 98. Upper apsis is 101. As soon as we start burning there, yeah, the periapsis is dropping on 93. I'm just doing a slight burn. 97, 90, 70. Okay, so now it's hitting the atmosphere, 60. The atmosphere begins at 70 kilometers on Kerbin in the normal game. And now this little thing tells us, it's called trajectories. It gives a sort of idea where we are going to land. But let's do that. So what's going to happen is it detects that we are going to land in about this area. And again, it only took us just under 100 delta V to kind of deorbit ourselves. Great Scorch. I'm glad you are learning things. Now we've sent ourselves to go kind of home. We actually don't need an engine anymore. So let's get rid of it. We just don't need the engine anymore. It will follow the same path and it will burn itself up in the atmosphere. And this guy, he's just going to do his little landing thing. So we go fast forward. There you go. At 70, it's in the atmosphere. So now we are in the atmosphere going down. I mean, you don't need it. Now, a little hint. The engines make great heat shields. Now, yeah, I've got a heat shield, but the engines make absolutely awesome heat shields. So if you kind of, find out that you're burning up too much space, leave your engine on until you're through the kind of thick atmosphere, and let it become your heat shield. I've landed a lot of craft using that way because it helps. Right, so we just got now at about, I think it's about 40 kilometers. It's going to 50. We're starting to build up the heat. So there we go. And what you do is you keep yourself in that kind of retrograde thing so that this heat shield is the one that takes the heat. Now you can see what's happening with, if you press F11, you could see kind of where the heat is concentrated. But as long as this is the one taking the heat, it should keep this cool. If I kind of do that, then the crew hatch starts heating up. So you want to have it you see what was happening? The battery was heating up, so I just had to move it just to get that battery out of the heat. And you can see what's happening over here. It's like as well. And this, the heat shields have something called a blader. Now the blader burns off as it gets heated. In order to disperse the heat, the blader burns off. So we started with 200. We've burnt off 7 already. Now, is it when you get to now? Oh, so it's slowing us down. We're currently at 2,000 meters per second, and this is actually it is slowing us down. Yeah, I mean the battery as well, it's kind of, the battery's there. We don't really need it at this stage because this guy's got enough charge to handle it. But yeah, if we can keep it, that's good too. The longer we can keep it, the more power we've got. The parachutes, that's important, we need that. We definitely need the parachutes, and you notice they're red. Meaning that if we try to deploy our parachutes now, they will get blown up. So, not recommended to deploy the parachute at the moment. And you see, I'm just constantly making small adjustments, keeping that in there. So look at F11. Yeah, the rest of the thing has heated up a bit, but nothing like the front. And we have slowed down enough that we are no longer causing that friction. Right, and as we're hitting the thicker atmosphere, we are slowing down more. As you get lower to the ground, the atmosphere becomes thicker and stuff like that. We're now at 350, and look at that, the parachute is no longer red, so we can deploy it now. Now the other thing you can do is you can also jettison the heat shield if you want to. I never really bother, but you can. And okay, well that didn't jettison. Right, let's deploy the parachutes. Yeah, so the parachutes are deployed. They're not going to open up until it's safe for it to do so. But we are kind of there. That's doing that because we literally, it's kind of falling out to each other. As soon as this slows down enough, to see what will happen. And there we go. See, nothing holding that anymore. That can die. And that will just make your craft a little bit lighter as well. For a heat shield, it made quite a big boom. And there we go. Yep. It didn't want to go. It didn't want to leave. It was too attached. Right. There we go. See, 5 meters per second. That is kind of plenty slow enough. And boom, we are landed. So there we go. We went to space. We landed pretty close to where we were thinking of landing. There's the Kerbacide. Done. Good old Jeb can get out. Okay, Jeb, chill. Woohoo! Running around his pod, just look at me, I went to space and now I'm back. He's so awesome, Jeb. He can plant a flag. And he is, now I can say, landing is a legit landing. Jeb was here. Right, climb inside, board his craft, and we can hit the recover. And there we go. And so that's, I mean, literally, that's all it takes to get into orbit. And it's really not that. I mean, yeah, it takes practice to get it right. So you know you're gonna have problems in that getting it up there and stuff like that. Sounds wrong. You're gonna have problems getting it up there. Okay, you're gonna have problems at launch. You're gonna have problems with the steering and stuff like that. But like I said, in my experience, you just go straight up to about 60 meters per second, and then you do the turn, and pretty much everything else takes care of itself over there. Oh yeah, you can definitely land back at the space center and stuff like that. That's not a problem. You can land, if you do things, you can land it really close. Space planes is another one. All the time, you want to come down pretty close to the space center. I mean, it seems easy enough because I've done it so many times, but it's not. It's actually, it takes time to get to that stage. You know, you're gonna have launches, you're gonna have failures all the time. But you know, it's a game where the more you play it, the more you practice, the easier it gets. You know, different rockets are different things. Like, for example, where is... Like this rocket, for example. Duna lander. What's called the interstellar. Where was it? This guy. Yeah, I can show you. Like, for example, this rocket. Look at this big boy.
They are out there watching.
Hey, Gypsy, thanks for the host. Gypsy is another KSP streamer. If you are sort of a German language speaker, then Gypsy is definitely one to give a follow. So yeah, now launching this guy. This is what we've got literally coming back at the moment. So launching this one is how you doing, Gypsy? There we go. If you're a German speaker and you like KSP, Gypsy streams, and German streams. So definitely, if you understand German and stuff like that, although he does answer questions in English as well. So Gypsy's a good streamer to follow. Hey, Breglion. But yeah, so this is kind of the thing, and you can see kind of how I've got my numbers to launch with that. Everything had to match up. But yeah, this is a big guy, and he's yeah, that's it's a big craft. This was a tricky launch, but you can do it. Yeah, it is. The launch way of this one was literally straight up until the atmosphere was thin enough, and then you do the turn. It was an interesting one. I could do a simulation of the launch. Now I'll show you how this one works. Only a simulation. This is not for real. Yeah. No, I want to see it. I mean, we going back. I mean, we're gonna have to do a big ass rocket when we go to Eve. Yeah, Gypsy, that's our next thing, is to go to Eve, land on Eve, because the Duna mission is on the way back now. The next mission is to Eve and to actually land on Eve. So we have to start building that rocket. But look at this guy. Look at this monster. Alright, so again, we put on SAS, throttle at full. Now we got Jeb and Bill are flying this thing. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to press F12. Now this gives us the aerodynamics overlay. So look at this. Now I'll show you a few things. Oh no, wait. See, this is backwards already immediately. So what if we do this one? Control from here. Okay, there you go. That's better. Alright, so yeah, you notice what I did there, because my actual landing thing is done upside down. So what I did was I clicked on a probe and I said control from here, which was the right way, so that all my switches went backwards. Alright, so let me show you. I'll show you. You're gonna have explosions now. If you guys want explosions, you're gonna see explosions now. That is all a simulation. There is no Kerbal deaths. So we are going up. So we're going to do the same thing, legit gangster, that I told you, which you go up to 60 and you do the turn. But watch what happens. Right, so off it goes. Now look what happens. We're going to get to 60. And we're going to do that turn again. Okay, so everything seems fine at the moment. Look at that drag. Look what's happening with that drag. Those red lines are the drag. rocket's starting to get very squirrely. It's getting hard to control it. And you can see the blue lines are the lift. Actually working surprisingly well. Get rid of those. Wow. I didn't expect this to actually work. They crash into each other. I actually didn't expect that launch to work. Seems to be working. Now the different stages. Holy crap, this thing is actually working. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. Yeah, but no, last time what was happening was the lift was actually causing it to not be able to keep it on prograde. So it's holy crap. It's working. We are heading to space. And look at that speed. And there we go, 100. Okay, there is no reason that should have worked. That shouldn't have worked. Every other time I try to make it work, to not work, it failed. I mean, every time, there's no reason that worked. There's no absolute reason at all. You see, these fuel, because I'm using a fuel line, so these empty out and empty into the main thing. Okay. Now you can see what's happening. So it's on to 100 there. Now what I can do is I could do this, you know, add the maneuver and do it like that and change it. But what I'm going to do is I am going to do it by hand. So we're at 100, so we don't want it to go any higher. So we're going to change that like that to do it below the point. We just want it to go faster. Again, we want it to go faster. We don't want that upper axis to increase. So we actually get rid of those. Okay, that was very good. I want this to stay down. And okay, that's orbit, 120 by 86. That is orbit. I mean, not the best orbit, but again, that's by hand. What was the rocket meant for? This, now if you look at what I've got, see this was that interstellar craft that's on the way back from Duna. So that whole bottom part is just meant to get this into the air. Now what I can do, you see what I can do over here is I can disconnect this one. Okay, that's... Why is it not the lander? Alright, so we've got this one that's in orbit. So he's in orbit. We've got our two guys that are going to do the landing. And see, look at what they're doing now. They are going to now burn... Okay, this is backwards again. Because we're controlling from here. So it actually says prograde, but it's actually retrograde. Right, so we're going to... let's wait till we get to kind of Bayside. Go. Okay, so we're gonna set this. It's got plenty of fuel. And we are going to kind of burn this. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna open this up, this heat shield. And we are going to try land. That's close enough. Okay, so let's see. What if we activate this engine? Activate engine. And let's see. So we are burning. So there we go. And a bit more. There's the... now, I wonder if we can... do this way, bring it that up. You know what I'm going to do? Put in space. So let's add a maneuver there. Alright, so let's just see what we can do over here. You want to pull this kind of up. And yep, that's not going to work. Well, we're not going to get near that thing, so it doesn't matter. Might as well delete that. It's not going to get near that. I mean, you would normally do that. You would get over it in orbit. Oh yeah, we got to Duna on this thing, but it's definitely not the best way to go. Right, so get ourselves into. Nope. So now we want to get rid of the engine. We don't need the engine anymore. The engine was just to deorbit us. So get rid of the engine. And we are on kind of this guy, and he is on retrograde. We are going down. We are just hitting the atmosphere. Move this to retrograde to prevent the heat things. And this is what was going to happen on the moon, at least on Duna, which didn't quite work out. It does look like a mushroom. It's a big heat shield. One of the new heat shields that they introduced. We should start feeling the heat soon. About 50, is it? Did you start feeling the heat? I see there's the other engine parts and that go flying ahead of us. Yeah, it's going to. The grilling's going to start really soon. Yeah, there's the other engine parts in that. There we go. The grilling is beginning. So, yeah, so this is kind of the heat shield doing its job. Now, I use the blow-up heat shield. But again, same as the other heat shield, it's protecting everything underneath it. Let's actually put that on the retrograde marker. And I'm just going to time warp thing. If you look at F11, you can see what's happening is that's taking all the heat. The rest of it is kind of nice and cool. And everything in there, and you can see these parts, all these little like kind of things would normally just get blown off. You know, the air pressure would just blow them right off. Oh, get back in line. Yeah, my electricity is fine. What's happening here? Whoa, you see that parachute? Yeah, the parachute's heating up. I've got to get this back in. Oh no. Gotta get this back in line. You see how the parachute was heating up? Okay, so now we've kind of beyond that, the heat part, and we've slowed down quite dramatically. See, it's almost there. I can set up the drogues. Now the drogue chutes are high-speed parachutes. You kind of, you know, slow you down. They won't stop you. They will just slow you down. And these, the normal parachutes, are available now as well. But I can wait for the normal parachutes. I mean, we're still kind of 10 kilometers up. Okay. So there, the drogues. You see how it's slowing us right down. Okay, I can pop the normal parachutes up. And there we go. We're down to 9 meters per second. Now what we can also do is say, we don't need this heat shield anymore. Get rid of it. And there it goes, it falls. And we are just letting this thing drop down. And you see us at 8. Now this is how I tested it. At 8 meters per second. So the Duna thing, 10 was just too much. And that was the unfortunate problem. That's why we had a problem with Duna. And it's still like 2.5 kilometers up. Okay, and you've got your, and bring out your little landing legs. It's got its little landing legs. It's all happy, we can ready, and there you see down to 7. And this is enough. I mean, it's a hard landing, but that's enough for it to survive. Oh wow, it's slow. Lots of parachutes. But of course, on Duna, the atmosphere, gravity is less, but the atmosphere is a lot less. So we just couldn't slow down enough. I suppose another few parachutes wouldn't have gone amiss. Or maybe even some of those bouncy things. The bubble wrap. Right, where is it? We are... Okay, so we are 100 meters above the ground now. Oh, and just... What a beautiful landing. Hit space or go faster. Actually, it won't make a difference, to be honest, because it will release the top part. And there we go. All landed. Now, if I hit space, that's that part, which does absolutely nothing because it doesn't have the power to take off on Kerbin, only on Duna. And there we go. Alright, so let's... Can we revert? Oh, we can't. Okay, recover this vessel. Oh, I forgot to have my coffee. Yeah, teacher people, that's definitely something that we should do when we go back to doing that. Alright, so those Kerbals survived. Let's actually recover this as well. And let's just go back to space and see that other big one. Our promised explosions. So look at that big thing upstairs. Not the nuclear whistle. Interstellar. We've still got this guy. And there's nobody aboard, so it's quite safe to explode it now without killing Kerbals. As soon as I disconnected in that. Alright, so what we're going to do. Now, our who asked about going to the moon? Alright, so here is the moon. Set as target. Alright, so what we're going to do with this one is we're going to take this around the moon and pick up some speed and then come back and hit it. So all I'm doing is I'm creating a maneuver and then I'm going to sort of pull prograde. Alright, so let's bring this around there. You see, that is actually hitting the moon. That's it. That's sending it to the moon. So if I do some kind of... Okay, so there you go. See, that's hitting the moon and it's sort of on the way back as well. So that will take us past the moon. No problem. If we just fire that off there. And that will take us past the moon. You'll fly past the moon at 1,700 meters away, 1,700,000 meters away, 1,700 kilometers away, and then it will continue and come back to Kerbin. But we're going to change that. We're going to make it slam straight into Kerbin. So, I got no worries. So what we're going to do is click the maneuver thing. How's our electricity? See, our electricity is going down. I'll press F9. Oh, no, not F9. What was it? It was... Oh, we got... Oh, yeah, we go. Start the nuclear reactor. Activate. 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 Okay, so we're pretty much building up our own power that way. Now there's another way we could have done it. We could have just opened up the we could have just opened up these. Open these, extend. 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 And extend. Alright, so in kind of wait for explosion. Oh, I am just going to quickly pop to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so we are 6 minutes away. 1 minute. And there we go. Alright, so 35 seconds. And burn. Alright, so we are on the way to the moon now. Can we crash it into the moon? Absolutely, let's do that. Let's go and nuke the moon. No, that would be too mean. I was thinking about trying to crash into the moon base. Alright, but this is kind of gonna get us. I'll make an adjustment to get us into the moon. Once this is sort of on the way, I'll make that adjustment to get us straight crash into the moon. We are going to nuke the moon. That's it. That is what we are going to do. Alright, so that's kind of there. Alright, so that is going past the moon and it's coming back to Kerbin. Alright, but what we are going to do over here, let's change the direction over here, add maneuver. Now, focus on the moon. Alright, so we want to get closer to the moon, so we're going to bring that. Wow. Doesn't that seem like madness? Actually hit the moon this hard? Seems like a lot of delta V. Alright, so there we go. Straight through the moon. Alright. 4,100 and something delta V. Sure, why not? 27-minute burn. Why not? Alright, let's we're gonna have to cool these things down. No, we're not gonna cool them down at all. We're gonna let this heat spread. Let's bring this actually back. No. If we bring it what if we do put it on there? Okay, let's let this. I mean, it seemed like an extraordinary amount to kill the. Oh, there, that's better. Instead of 4,000. That's a better way to do it. Yeah, much better. Yeah, I mean, I was doing it so far out, it was like I was changing the thing to turn directly. It was like 4,000 delta V. That's like crazy. We've now done it with 335. Alright, it's just getting the right time. The right time I want to fire the maneuver off. Okay, so we've got that there. $335. Oh, the big rocket's only got 1 delta V left. The hotkey for SAS is T. So we're getting this up to there. No worries. Alright, so we want to start burning like 2 minutes before. Oh, PS4. Oh, okay. That's why you're having troubles with mods. Alright. Yeah. PS4 without Kerbal Engineer does make life very difficult. I have to admit. I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, Kerbal Engineer is pretty much almost like an essential mod. It definitely helps you plan things easier. Okay, so here we go. 1 minute and 24. We're starting the burn. We are going straight into the moon. Oh, it freezes a lot. Really? So it's not stable. Yeah, I mean, I used to get rid of that. So far, nothing's getting hot. Oh, just let's There's nobody aboard this, so it's not a problem. You can see what's happening. Look how this is going up. Oh, right, TZB, yeah. Oh, come on, look here. I definitely understand people who, don't want to spend the money on a PC if all they're really doing on the PC is just, internet stuff and things like that, and they want to just use console for gaming. And I've done that. A long time ago, I did that. Missed out a lot of PC games, and I did that for a while, but as I started using my PC more and more at home and I needed something more and more powerful, I went back to full-on PC gaming and didn't bother with the console. And then things like Steam and stuff like that, to me, make it a kind of a better gaming option. But yeah, no, definitely there's a lot of people who don't even have PCs. They've got tablets, and that does all their email and stuff like that. The tablets and phones, you just don't need a PC. And in fact, in Asia, that's very, very common. Is all your computing is done on your tablet or your phone. So that's a very common thing. Yep, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right, so let us warp to here. Oh yeah, I bought a couple of games for my tablet or phone, Android. And you know what? I've never been able to really play them. The only games I find good for those are, I'm going to F5 this. The only games I find good for the phone and tablet and stuff like that is like the little puzzle games, the kind of, not games that actually require, not action games, let's put it that way. And I find those, those kind of like Bejeweled, stuff like that is great on the phone. It's those type of small games. All right, I'll take this away. Okay, so 260 kilometers away. All right, you guys ready for this? No. Should we fire up the engines? Oh, stop. Should we fire up the engines and go full engine? Yes, we should. You see, look at that. It's going there. Right, so time for explosions. Hey, I'm going the fastest I possibly can. I cannot go faster. These are little nuclear engines. They're made for endurance, not for speed. Power through that moon. Power through it. It's going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty. Get rid of Horizontal speed 1000. What is the speed? 1300. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. And that was kind of disappointing. It went so fast. It actually went. I thought my game crashed, actually, for a minute there. I thought my game crashed. That was disappointing, wasn't it? That was disappointing. Interstellar station crashed into the moon. It actually went underneath the surface of the moon. It was going too fast. I'm disappointed. We're going to have to do better than that. Well, got an hour left from the stream. That's true, Jebs. You know, there's only one option to do. There is only one option. Now, what makes good booms? Alright, so let's look at this. We're definitely going to need this. We're going to have to make that, we're going to have to do that better. We're going to have to do that better. Alright, so and yeah, speed is not the problem. We're just going to have to make this kind of work better. Okay, so we're going to need kind of batteries for this thing to control it. But again, speed's not the issue. However, a bigger is better. No matter what the girls told you. All right. We are going to yeah, the Duna supply rocket, instead of rebuilding it, you're right, the Duna supply rocket. That was a good one. Duna emergency resupply. Yes. Oh yes, you will do just fine. However, No, I'm thinking of doing this. First of all, we don't need any of these supplies, so we can get rid of all the supplies to lighten this load. So we can actually lift more. See, look, so that's kind of lightened the load. Alright, so we can actually lift more now. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, it will be under engines. Yes. It's my love. So let's see. Those are there. Those are there. So those there. Those up. Oh, now you say, whoa, why does it release and fire those at the same time? Fun part. Okay, and these guys need nose cones. Alright. So this thing is going to go to the moon. It's going to fire off missiles. And then... Okay. Unit supply. Let's call this Mark. Or Mark X. Marks the spot. X marks the spot. Right, so just give it a save. Alright, so we're going to nuke the moon with this thing. Yeah, this should work. The moon was bad. It stole all our cheese. We've got to teach it a lesson. Do not steal our cheese, moon. Do not. Like I said, in KSP, we get sidetracked really, really, really easily. Okay. Is a beautiful thing to launch. Alright, let's see if we can do the launch the same way as we always do it. I wonder if it will even work. I have no idea. I have no idea if this will work. Alright, so let's launch. I love that. That gives a nice boom. Alright, so bring that around to there. Off to the moon. It's got nuclear rockets. Yes, I remember this. The liquid fuel runs out before the... We'll wait for the solid fuel to end. Okay. No, 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 no. Stay on target. There you go. Good boy. And this thing is a monster. This thing is an absolute monster. Actually, this might make for a very good Eve lander. You might base the Eve lander on something like this. I think we're going to do the Eve lander tomorrow. We are going to build an Eve lander, and then a mission, and then the mission to Eve. I think that's tomorrow on tomorrow's agenda. Oh, we're high enough, so go and speed this up. I know my lights look hilarious. Oh. No, I need to wait till we get up higher. Not quite in orbit yet. Oh, jeez, we're still in 50s. Yeah, let's go. Only 56 kilometers. Oh, everything's heating up. Where the hell are we? Oh, I got too fast too quickly. I actually got into orbit like way too quickly. Okay. That's an interesting problem. Okay, so I completely screwed it up. Right, no problem. What we are going to do... Wow. I'm literally at orbit in like kind of... Okay, I completely stuffed that launch up. No problem. We tested it out by nuking the planet first. Although, that puts us in orbit. Weirdly enough. Interesting. Okay, let's go over there. That'll work. Why not? How much, yeah, let's open these up. enough. Alright, done. We are in orbit. We are in orbit. Okay, so here is the moon. So if we add a maneuver here, let's. That's going to hit the moon. Perfect. Okay, so forming a burn over there. We start 2 minutes 6 seconds before. Bizarre orbit of 700 by whatever. Hey. It really doesn't matter. Okay, and 2 minutes and 6 before. Was it edgy? Oh, it was that one. Alright, that's good enough. Alright. So if we look at this, everything's cool. Now, if we turn the radios on, okay, alright, so let's just speed this up. The heat kind of, so the engine's getting hot, these radiators are keeping it all cool. Reaching out, and it's going to crash into the moon. So that's going to reach the moon. We don't want that. We want to crash into the moon. There we go. That should crash into the moon. So let's just focus on the moon. Yeah, perfect. There you go. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Okay. So we have got our craft heading towards the moon. So we are going to warp to there. Okay, so we're gonna I think we got to F5 this over there so we can get like a nice good picture of this. So we're going to try this crash a few times. Depends. We might try it. Okay, so F5. We get this kind of... Alright, so we are getting closer. We are... So that's 78. We're not going to go high speed, because that would be wrong. We are 18. We are 10 kilometers above the moon now. Yeah, we are definitely going for the crash. However, 5 kilometers above. Now what we are going to do is we are going to fire our missiles. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, we're going to have to slow ourselves down. We're definitely going to have to slow ourselves down there. So, let's burn retrograde. Yeah, but it was not what I wanted. Okay, so we're going to kind of burn retrograde and try slow ourselves down. Yeah, it was big on Kerbin, but we were going too fast. What I'm doing is I'm slowing ourselves down so that we kind of are not hitting it at full speed. See if that works. That's good. So, there we go, look at that. So look at this, we're pulling this right back. Right, so that should almost be like a gentle landing. That's not gonna work. Let's stop that. Gonna get ourselves closer. How far are we? 200. Okay. 98. Oh, look at that surface. You see, we're still hitting that surface speed. Alright, so now slow ourselves right down. If we can slow ourselves enough, then it will create lots of skipping and jumping and crap like that. Okay, so we are trying to slow us all the way down. I mean, slowing down. We're 45. Right, so what are we on? Wow. We're definitely not going to be slowing ourselves down much. These engines are just not strong enough. I'm not strong. What I'm going to do, yes, prograde. And fire the missiles. Nope. Oh. There you go. And look at this thing go. We survived, sort of. And broken sitting on a tree. Slow down, slow down. Oh no. Oh God, no! No! X! Oh, it won't let me! It won't! It won't let me! It won't let me attack. Oh, because I've got no... Oh, because I've got no power left. It has to do the spinning thing until it runs out. No, I got no. That's why I say you've got to have battery power, because I've got 0 battery power at the moment. I've literally got 0 control over this. Probably. Nothing broke. It looks so pretty. It's so nice. It's just floating. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, there we go. Oh, because their engine was actually... You see, this I can control. I've got all the power on this. I had no power on the other thing. Guys, we survived. Oh, wait. Oh, I've got no more RCS fuel. Okay, so we've got plenty of power. We've got... Let's start rolling. There we go. Look at that. New way of controlling on the moon. Still going. Still going. You can do it. You can do it, sort of. You can do it. It's just that. There it goes. Oh no! What did that explode there? What? Alright. I think everything is dead. We killed everything. We killed everything. All gone. Vessel is destroyed. Cannot autosave at this point. Alright, so that's it. It's true. Explosive materials is what keeps Kerbal going. Alright, so there we go. I mean, I'm looking at the time. It's like 10 to 5, so it's normally my stream end time. So we got kind of distracted with nuking the moon. Although there is one thing that we're gonna do. Let's see. Where is it? We got one more thing. Oh, the landing gear is definitely explosive. Alright, so I have an idea. I have an idea. I have no idea if this idea is going to work, but it's worth a shot. Right, you ready for it? Oh, it's not working. Okay, I killed the landing pad. Alright. I think we need to just modify this idea a little bit. But it would be a good idea to end the stream with. So what we're going to do, revert to a vehicle assembly. All right, so sure, let's launch that. I don't know what this looks like, but well, why not? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? It is called, my series is called Kerbacide after all. Yep. Yep. This is gonna go well. This is gonna go well. Alright, so you know what, I'm just gonna do it like alright. Nothing gonna go wrong over here. I can't imagine. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, what I'm doing, okay. Are you guys ready for this? Just trying to find a good angle. Alright. You know what? Do it like this. So. Nope, that's not quite right. That's not quite right. We're gonna have to revert that to launch. Good job, okay. Now, you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to go at full speed this time. And alright, so let's go. All the rockets are firing and fire. Okay, so maybe we just need to change the angle a bit. Change the angle a bit. So revert to vehicle assembly. Alright, so we just going to try see if we can tip it kind of a little bit more up. Yes. My rocket is up here. And let's see. Yeah, a little bit up. There you go. Like that. That should do it. Don't want it to arc over too much. Okay. There you go. Right. Let's see how this one goes. I have to destroy the VAB. That is That is how we're going to end this stream. We are going to destroy Kerbal buildings. Oh, I've got solid fuel rockets. I can't. That's the problem. Alright, so. This is, yeah. Oh! Oh, it didn't. Alright, scrap this idea. Scrap this idea. I've got another idea. I put wheels in it. Might work, but I have another idea. Alright, so what we are doing is this. Yeah, we need the probe core. We are going to need I think we're going to need batteries. Okay, so there is another idea over here that might or might not work. We need a central kind of central area. Now, what we need is a way to get this up into the air. So we don't need a lot of fuel on this, to be honest. We really don't. Oh, the engine's too small. Let's make it bigger. Go. Alright, 8 point. Perfect. Perfect. Now. Now we need to start with the bombardment thing. So, this is the idea. We are going to use structural. Get this one. Here we go. And we are going to have lots of these things. It would be. Should we use these? Sure, why not? Okay. How the hell want this? There we go. Ah. Okay, better. Nope. Okay. All right. This will work. Okay, so launch. Very simple. Very simple little craft. Oh, you know what I didn't do? You probably needed. We could see how it's going. Right, so turn on SAS. Alright, so we are ready to go. Oh! Oh! That's the problem I thought I'd have. See, and then I was going to. Alright. This is the problem. Well, we can solve that problem. I know how to solve that problem. I have an idea. I have an idea to solve that problem. We kind of need to solve it with. Sort of almost need to kind of slow ourselves down. So, to slow ourselves down, okay. Alright, so let's try this again. So what we want to do is we want to get up, kind of hover above it, and then fire. SS, fuel on. Okay, so now. Okay, this. I don't want to turn over too much. Okay, that's off. Turn off SAS. Alright. And ready for it? Fire. What the hell? I missed it! I missed it! Oh, that was shocking. That was terrible. Right, we've got some work to do. But I like that idea. Yeah, maybe. Or yeah, when in doubt, go bigger. That's not quite right. definitely when in doubt, go bigger. Now there is another thing we can do. Okay, and alright, so alright, let's do that. Let's do this. Yeah, I know we could do a rocket that could just go directly into the building. But where's the fun in that? I have no idea what we're doing. We are just... Look at this thing. Alright, come on, Frankenstein. Alright, so... Okay, engines off, parachute out. Alright, that's kind of alright. So let's see if we just... we've got no control authority. Let's just turn. There we go. And fire. Oh, I can't see! I can't see! Oh, they all missed. Crap. Oh, and our engines are gone. Okay, so let's cut the chute. I'm missing everything. I'm missing everything. Relaunch. Relaunch. We've got to freaking get at least one thing. Alright, so T Z T. So let's see. I know, it's like I'm actually kind of embarrassed. Okay, there we go. Oh! Problem. There's a slight problem there. These are pretty pictures. Oh Oh, jeez. A slight problem. Okay. Okay. We have a solution for that problem. We have a solution for that problem. Definitely got a solution. We're getting close, but there is definitely a solution for that problem. And that is adding no, it's structural. Alright, so where is this? We got this. Got this. Oh, actually no, we just moved that onto that one there like that. Okay, there's our solution. There is our solution. No, we're not going to put shoots on boosters. That's silly. Why are you silly? And we're going to balance. Be alright. Okay. Oh! Another problem. I forgot to put more. I've got to put more control authority. I've got better control over it. I can't believe we haven't destroyed a building yet. I mean, this is terrible. Hey, terrible. It's bad kerbling. Bad kerbling. Bad. Other people destroy their buildings all the time. I struggle. Right, so we are going. Let's see. And shoot. Okay. So far that's looking good. That is looking good. All right. And fire. You gotta be kidding me. Drop. I give up. I just got to get this body. All right. Okay. Whole new plan. Whole new plan. Yeah, it does. It does, actually. That's the problem. So let's just remove the chute. We are removing the chute. Alright, so let's try it without the chute. Let's try it without the chute and see what happens. Oh! And I didn't do that again. Okay, no problem. That building is going down. It is going down. There is no question in my mind that that building is gonna be killed. Right, so no shoot. There is no excuse. No shoot, no excuse. We are looking at like. Oh crap. No. No. Okay, you know what the problem is? Yeah, the problem that I've been saying all along. Once those engines go, we've got no actual way of controlling the craft. So this is what we need to do. There we go. AS lever. We are trying to destroy some buildings. Yeah, there were no reaction wheels. Though that's little probes got no real reaction wheels. So all the pitching was coming from the engine. So as soon as I stopped the engine, I had no control, and that's where my problem was. Wow. I got way more problems than that. Okay, so. Alright, so there we go. A little bit less. Okay, there we go. See, now I've actually got control over where my craft is kind of going. And that looks good. That looks good. And fire! Holy crap! No, no, no! No! Alright, this idea is failing miserably. This idea is failing. We're going to have to revert to another idea. Alright, another idea. Yep. Okay, and we're gonna do with this one again. I mean, this wasn't a bad thing. It was bad with the other rocket. It might not be bad with this. And we are going to what we're going to do is radial. Do it like that. Oh. Get rid of these guys. Don't need them. Get rid of. Swap these around. And lots of them because there should be lots of them. And So put this up kind of high. There we go. All right, so all right, there we go. We're going to try this one now. It can't possibly go wrong. Like this, there is no ways this can go wrong. I can't miss. I can't miss. Absolutely nothing about this is wrong. Yeah, for being floppy. Okay. All right, so let's see. This can't possibly go wrong. All right, so here we go. Oh no! No! Okay, no, I think that was my fault. I think I turned the wrong way. Alright, so okay, Mr. Floppy, you can. So which way is it? Is it that way? Okay, alright. Trying again. RCS. Alright, so revert to launch. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I have an idea. Alright, so we want those to actually fire off at the same time as the stage. Alright, so here we go. Okay. All right, let's get rid of floppy. Let's get rid of floppiness. Okay, floppiness is a problem. This is how not to destroy your Kerbal buildings. It's definitely a how not to. Okay, so that will get rid of the floppiness. That will give us, I'll still get our control. We're going to fire this off at the same time. Okay, so there we go. This should work. Now as soon as we remove those things, it shouldn't be floppy anymore. The floppy was really due to that connection. Those all those SAS things. But yeah, you see, no more floppiness. And no more floppiness. Full power. We did it! We did it! Oh yes! Oh yeah, we did it. We got you. You tried to escape from us. You couldn't. We got you. It's kind of. We don't have to try that again. We don't have to try that again. We just gotta have to make sure that it works. Alright, so last one. This will definitely be our last one today. Alright, so yeah, we gotta go from far. Alright. Everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, I did it too soon. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the cluster bombs to get launched beforehand. But the things goes too fast for the cluster bombs. The cluster bombs don't have the sort of power that we need. Alright, so full power. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Okay. So that's KSP for today. Our work here is done. Our work here is done. So I think this is a good time to end the stream. Tomorrow we are going to be building. First of all, we're bringing back our guys from Duna. They're on the way back at the moment. Tomorrow we are going to be building an Eve lander and take offerer. That's going to land and then it's going to take off again. So we are doing that tomorrow. We are going to try doing that. We need to build a lander that is over 8,000 Delta V. Oh, apparently we had a failure. This catastrophic failure. Yeah. So, yeah. We are gonna do that tomorrow. And then once we've got that big ass rocket that can land on Eve and return, right? Then yeah, then we're gonna have to build a launch vehicle for it. Also, what we're gonna have to build is we're gonna have to build a sort of a vehicle to actually keep our Kerbals fed while they're doing that. Like last time we went to Duna, we thought, hey, everything's good, until they ran out of supplies and we had to do a supply mission so that they wouldn't go on strike. So that's what the plan is for tomorrow. But in an hour and a half's time, we are going to be playing some Star Citizen. Now, interestingly enough, the two ships in Star Citizen that are now free to play is the Sabre and the Mustang Delta. It's the kind of, they call it the fight of the dogfighters. So we're definitely going to have to be messing around with those two ships. Sabre you've all seen, but the Delta is something that's not often available. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight in about an hour and a half's time. So till then, everybody keep yourselves happy, like a Kerbal, in space, who is not about to die. And I will see all you guys in an hour and a half's time. Cheers.